eyes or part of essentially the upper right side of her face, but the rest of her is there. I'm not naming the agency because I don't want to bring any more attention to it, but we have a lot of medical today with what I anticipate injury photos. So I'm just asking the court to remind the media again of the court's instructions, and that would include exhibits of posted evidence and exhibits posted of minors, and especially any alleged victim injury photos. Plainly it feels like common sense to the state. That appears to not be the case. So I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues for the court this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one. I got a text message from Dr. Stankus this morning. Apparently she had problems with her flight leaving at 8 o'clock. She couldn't get out of there till 9 o'clock. She anticipates landing at 11:50 and will try to be here as quickly as possible. Or excuse me, 12:50. She's landing instead of 11:50. And she will be here, she said, hopefully by 2:15, no later than 2:30. I informed her that if we aren't finished today, she'll have to come back, and she understands that.
All right, thank you.
We would ask, though, if the court would allow, maybe if we're close to be done, going a few minutes past 4:30, if the court will allow.
All right. I would indicate I can go as late as 4:45. The timing is not for myself, but we have other people who are present in the courtroom, and people who in fact don't work for the court. The clerk works for the clerk's office, which is separate from the court. We also have to close the courtroom and the courthouse itself, and so we have security and all of those things, which is why 4:45 is as late as I can go. We can readdress things as we are getting into it, and talk about, well, let's be optimistic that we can conclude Dr. Stankus this afternoon. I certainly will be prepared to get her on the stand as soon as she arrives. Thank you for that updated information, Mr. Kading. Ms. Zoe?
Your Honor, I apologize. I just wanted to also let the court know that the state's first witness, Senovia Rivas, she is the forensic nurse examiner who conducted the strangulation exam, and I have spoken with Mr. Kading and Mr. Leary. Given the amount of information that is in her report, rather than many times of refreshing her recollection, because she cannot remember every single injury and the point in time at which it occurred, more or less, is my way of describing it. Defense does not have any issues with her, in essence, reading from her report in certain circumstances, so to move her testimony along.
All right, thank you. Is that your agreement, Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so Ms. Zoe, obviously consistent with the rules, the exhibit normally is provided to the witness, and then they are asked if they can need it to refresh their recollection. Instead of using that procedure, the exhibit will simply be provided to her, and she will refer to it as necessary to answer questions.
Your Honor, I can let the court know that I plan on doing, I guess, a little bit of foundation to have her at least say that she cannot remember every detail, and she would need to review her report to answer certain questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Leary, do you have any preliminary issues for the court's consideration?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, to go back now to the issue raised by Ms. Stone, the court's ruling as it relates to media being able to record or photograph this proceeding in any fashion includes the restriction that no minor or the alleged victim who was a minor at the time that this incident occurred or allegedly occurred, and I am prohibiting there to be any publishing or recording of the minor victims or the alleged victim. So that includes not only during their testimony in court, but also when exhibits are published that contain images of these individuals. And when I said no recording, I have and continue to allow audio recording, but not anything that captures their image. That is not allowed. It has never been allowed under the terms of my pretrial ruling and should not be occurring. Bring the jury in, please. You can go ahead and bring your witness in, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would like to call Senovia Rivas.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? I do. Please come forward and be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Fine.
The microphone can adjust, and then if you just need to speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Senovia Rivas, R-I-V-A-S.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a health service administrator at Nisqually Correctional Facility, and I'm also a forensic nurse examiner.
And you indicated you're a health service administrator. What is a health service administrator?
I run the medical department at the Nisqually Jail.
Okay, and what are some of your responsibilities as a health service administrator?
I oversee the medical department. I have about 40 employees that I manage, and I provide patient care. Sometimes I have to cover the floor, and I manage the relationship between custody and medical.
Okay, and you also indicated you are a forensic nurse examiner. And what hospitals do you provide services to as a forensic nurse examiner?
I work at St. Pete's in Lacey, Centralia Hospital, Madigan on JBLM, and Jefferson Healthcare in Port Townsend.
Okay. And when you say you are so you indicated you're a health service administrator and you're also a forensic nurse examiner for the hospitals you mentioned. Are both occupations full-time, or how does that work?
I'm full-time at the jail, excuse me, and then I work part-time on call for the other hospitals.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, when you say on call, what do you mean by that?
I pick up shifts, and then when needed, they call me on the days that I'm on call, and I perform the exams.
Okay. And if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
My education, I have a bachelor's degree in nursing.
Okay. And then in addition to your bachelor's degree in nursing, have you attended any additional trainings?
Yes.
And what are some of those trainings?
I have about 125 hours in adult and pediatric SANE training. I also have strangulation training and
Are you okay?
I am.
Do you need some water?
I do, yes, please.
Okay, we'll get you some water.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. You indicated you have, as part of your additional training, you mentioned adult and pediatric SANE. What is SANE? Is that an acronym?
Yes, it's sexual assault nurse examiner.
Okay. And you also what is a sexual assault nurse examiner?
I provide exams to individuals that report that they have been sexually assaulted.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have strangulation training. And what is that training composed of?
It's training on how to perform or conduct strangulation exams.
Okay. And when it comes to conducting strangulation exams, where are those examinations conducted at?
In the emergency department at the hospital.
The hospitals you mentioned that you're on call for?
Yes.
Okay. And when you conduct strangulation examinations, do you only conduct examinations on adults or on children or both?
Adults and adolescents and pediatrics.
Okay. And approximately how many strangulation exams have you conducted?
Approximately 10 to 13.
Okay. You indicated that you are when you're on call for the hospitals such as Providence St. Peter's and Providence Centralia Madigan, and the hospital you mentioned in Port Townsend, you indicated you're on call as a forensic nurse examiner. What is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is, I perform sexual assault exams or non-fatal strangulation exams.
Okay. And then is your top priority as a forensic nurse examiner patient care still?
Yes.
Okay. And in Ms. Rivas, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is pressure applied to the neck with the intent to impede blood flow and breathing.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have training and also experience in conducting non-fatal strangulation. What do you mean by non-fatal strangulation?
That is when someone does not die.
Okay. And we often hear people sometimes say they're being choked when describing pressure being applied to their neck. In the medical context, what is choking?
Choking is when a foreign body blocks the airway.
Okay. And as a forensic nurse examiner, how you indicated that you will be on call for the hospitals. When you're on call for the hospitals, are you located at the hospital or are you located somewhere else?
No, I'm at my house, I'm at my home when I'm on call.
Okay. And then how are you notified that your services are needed?
The hospital will contact me and let me know that there's an exam. My services are needed.
Okay. And when a patient comes to, you indicated strangulation exams are conducted at the emergency rooms in the hospitals. When a patient comes to the emergency room and advised, let's say they have been strangled, are they being evaluated by a medical doctor first, or do they see a forensic nurse examiner like yourself first?
That depends.
Okay. What does that depend on?
It depends on how fast I can arrive to the ER, how busy the ER is, and I guess the nature of the person's injuries.
Okay. And how is a strangulation exam typically conducted?
It's conducted in the emergency department, and if I'm performing it myself, it's the head-to-toe assessment. I gather background information and then document my findings and consult with the provider.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you're also very soft-spoken. If you could speak
sorry.
up and just, you can actually move the chair closer to the microphone if you need to.
Okay, sorry.
You indicated that the strangulation exam you described it as a head-to-toe exam. What is a head-to-toe exam?
Head-to-toe is I start on literally from the head, and observe the scalp, look inside the ears, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and just move down, observing in every inch of the body.
Okay.
With visually.
Okay. And as far as a head-to-toe exam, you mentioned that you described it as you're literally observing a patient from the top of the head and every inch of the body until you get to their feet. As part of that examination, are you also asking the patient questions about how they're feeling in certain areas?
Yes, I do ask if they have any concerns.
Okay. And what's the importance of asking the patient if they have any concerns?
To focus my exam on those areas and pay closer attention to the areas that they report.
Okay. When it comes to, based on your training experience with strangulation, when it comes to strangulation, are there sometimes signs or symptoms as a result of strangulation that cannot be physically observed with the eyes?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you see her?
At St. Peter's.
Okay, in Lacey?
In Lacey.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time you saw Miss Ali?
I believe it was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And did you in fact conduct a strangulation exam with Miss Ali?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you first met, you indicated that you did the examination with Fatima at the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital. Was it where in the emergency department? Was it in the lobby? Was it in a room?
In an exam room.
Okay. And when you first met with Fatima, what did you do?
I introduced myself and explained who I am and what I do, and the exam itself. I typically like to lay out what I do. I basically like to lay out what I do.
Okay, what's the importance? You indicated that well, let me ask you this. You said you introduce yourself and you explain to the patient what you do. As part of that explanation, do you also advise them what the examination process will look like?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it up to the patient to decide whether they want to go forward with the exam?
Yes, I make it really clear that they're in control of the exam, and that I always say they're driving the bus. So if at any time they want to stop, they're completely in control.
Okay. And did Fatima choose to proceed with the exam?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated earlier, as part of the strangulation exam, that you would do a head-to-toe visual I use the word inspection, a visual inspection. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did you also document your findings or observations of any external injuries?
Yes.
And the documentation process, do you document that as part of a report that you would generate?
Yes.
Okay. And during the strangulation exam, you described earlier that during a strangulation exam, you also ask the patient questions about any reported symptoms they may, or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise see with your own eyes. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did she provide you with responses?
Yes.
And did you also document those responses in your report?
I did, yes.
And to assist with your testimony, would you need to review your report to answer certain questions?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay. And you indicated that as part of the strangulation exam, you will ask the patient questions about any symptoms or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise visually see yourself with your eyes. What's the purpose of asking the patient about any symptoms or concerns that they may be exhibiting?
The importance is, again, to help me assess and examine potentially any further I cannot think of the word off the top of my head, sorry. Procedures or scans that may need to happen.
Okay. And based on your training experience, are there certain symptoms you would expect to see from a patient who may have had pressure applied to their neck?
Yes.
And what are some of those symptoms?
Difficulty speaking, they could have change in their voice, memory loss, difficulty breathing, loss of consciousness, pain in the neck, some bruising, abrasions, bleeding from the eyes and nose, nausea, vomiting. There could be incontinence of the bowel and bladder,
Okay.
things like that.
And all those symptoms that you described, do you see that in every patient that you conduct a strangulation exam on?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Everybody's different. Everybody presents differently, and sometimes you could have significant amount of injuries, and others you could see nothing visibly, but there could be some internal injuries. It's just case by case.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it. And Ms. Rivas, do you recognize Exhibit 82?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 82?
It's my documentation of my strangulation exam with Fatima.
Okay. And would it help refresh your recollection in answering some questions? Let me rephrase my question. Would it help refresh your recollection to review and to read from your report in answering certain questions that will be asked?
Yes.
Okay.
You have permission to review your report if you are unable to answer the question directly to help refresh your recollection.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rivas, as part of the strangulation exam, do you, you indicated that you do a head-to-toe exam, but you also testify that you would ask the patient about their symptoms and concerns. As part of, in addition to those things, do you also ask the patient to sort of describe in their own words about what happened during a strangulation episode?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of asking the patient about having them relate to you what had occurred?
To help drive my exam and the areas that I need to focus on.
Okay. And in this case, did you ask Fatima to sort of describe to you in her own words what she remembered happening?
Yes.
Okay. And did she in fact tell you what had occurred during the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, would it please, well, let me ask you this. What did Fatima tell you about what had occurred during the alleged strangulation incident?
She told me a lot, but
Ms. Rivas, I'm specifically asking you about what Fatima indicated occurred that resulted in, if any, pressure applied to her neck.
she reported to me that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and placed in a headlock.
Okay, and did she indicate who grabbed her by her sweatshirt and placed her in the headlock?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her dad.
Okay. And what did she say? Did she tell you what happened after being placed in a headlock by her dad?
That she lost consciousness.
Okay. Does she tell you anything else that she remembers seeing or hearing?
Could you elaborate on that question?
Sure. So you indicated that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and that she was placed in the headlock, and you indicated she lost consciousness. Did she say anything else about what she remembers seeing right before, or right after losing consciousness?
She reported that she felt dizzy.
Okay.
She reported some numbness.
Okay. Did she also indicate anything about what had occurred with her mom as part of the strangulation exam?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that her mom grabbed her, put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did Fatima indicate to you that when her mom did that, what, if anything, does she do?
She asked her to stop.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you testified that as part of the exam, you will ask the patient about any reported symptoms they have. In this case, did you ask Fatima whether she had a headache at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Yes. She had a headache.
Okay, and did she indicate whether she had the headache during the alleged strangulation, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
May I reference my...
Yes.
You may.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
She reported a headache after.
Okay. And what about feeling dizziness or lightheaded? Did you ask Fatima whether she felt dizzy or lightheaded at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she felt dizzy and lightheaded after.
Okay. And when you say after, are you referring to after the alleged incident?
Correct.
Okay. And then did you also ask Fatima whether or not she had loss of consciousness during the incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she lost consciousness during the incident. Yes.
Okay. And then what about any memory loss? What does she report about memory loss, if any?
She reported that she was having some memory difficulties.
During the incident, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
During the incident.
Okay. And what if, did she provide you with any other details about memory loss during the incident?
May I?
You may. You have ongoing permission
Ongoing,
to refer
okay.
to your report.
Thank you. She reported fuzzy feeling like her whole life was flashing before her eyes.
Okay. And then what about confusion or agitation? Does she report having any confusion as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had confusion during and after.
Okay. And what about any weakness or numbness? Does she report any weakness or numbness as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had weakness and numbness during the strangulation.
Okay. And what about vision changes?
Yes.
And what was her response?
That she had visual changes during the exam. That everything was getting darker and darker.
Okay. And when you say, I'm trying to see clarification. You indicated that Fatima indicated that she had vision changes during the exam?
I'm sorry, during the strangulation. Correction.
And did she report whether she had any blood coming from her ear, nose, or mouth?
She did not report any, and I did not observe any.
Okay. And then what about any ringing in her ears?
She did report ringing in her ears after the strangulation.
Okay. And then what about neck pain? Did she report having any neck pain?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had neck pain during, after, and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And then did she report whether she had a sore throat as it relates to the incident?
She did.
And what was her response?
That she had a sore throat after and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And what about any difficulty swallowing?
She reported that she had difficulty swallowing after and during the exam.
Okay. And did she report whether she had any pain with swallowing as it relates to this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She did have it after and during my exam.
Okay. And then what about any voice changes or hoarseness?
She did have hoarse changes and voice, yes.
Okay. And was that, at what point does she have the voice change or hoarseness in her voice?
She reported after.
Okay. And then does she report whether she had any hyperventilation as part of this incident?
Yes, she did.
And what was her response?
After the strangulation.
Okay. And what about difficulty breathing? Does she report having any difficulty breathing?
Yes, she did report difficulty breathing.
Okay. Was it at what point?
After and during our exam.
And when you say after, are you referring to after the exam or after the incident?
After the incident.
Okay. And then does she indicate whether she had pain in any other areas of her body?
She reported pain on her left shoulder and her left hip.
Okay. believe they that they have been strangled. Do you also ask some questions about, from their own standpoint, the sort of the level of pressure that they felt that was applied to their neck area?
Yes.
Okay. And when you ask the question, is the estimated level of pressure on a scale, or how is that? How do you ask about that question?
It's based on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the worst.
Okay. And then did you ask Fatima that question?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said it was a 5 out of 5.
Okay. And did she indicate what her estimated length of time was as it relates to the pressure that was applied to her neck?
I'm going to reference my notes. She said about 5 minutes.
Okay. And as part of that examination process, does she, you ask her questions about, ask her related to her dad, does she also make any statements about what, if anything, her mom did to her during the incident?
That she put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did she also indicate what she was feeling or thinking was going to happen to her during the alleged strangulation?
She thought she was.
Overruled.
She thought she was going to die.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you talked about earlier with regards to the strangulation exam that part of it involves sort of a visual head-to-toe exam. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also document your observations in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did the examination, well, let me ask you this question. When Fatima first arrived at the ER, did she have clothes on?
Yes.
Okay. And then as part of the examination process, was her clothes left on, or did they have to come off?
No, I asked my patients to put a gown on, a hospital gown.
And you testified that as part of the head-to-toe exam, you described the process in which you would conduct the head-to-toe exam. Did you follow that same procedure and process in this case with Fatima?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what, if any, observations did you make regarding her face or her head or scalp area?
That she had some injuries.
Okay, and what were some of your observations?
She had some red spots on her face and neck, small red spots, and
Okay.
some abrasions.
Okay, and what are abrasions?
They're superficial injuries in the skin.
Okay. When you say superficial injuries, like, are we talking about, is that a bruise, is that a cut, is that a scrape?
Usually it would be considered like a scratch or a scrape. That
Okay. And based on your training experience with regards to strangulation, what can cause, during a strangulation episode, what can cause abrasions to the body?
they can be caused by an object or like the friction between the skin due to grabbing
Okay.
or the pressure applied.
Okay. And what about her shoulder area? Did you know any injuries to her shoulder area?
She had an abrasion on her shoulder.
Okay. And what about her neck area and under her chin?
She had an abrasion there as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was, besides the examination that you conducted as part of Fatima's stay at the emergency room on October 18th, were further testing ordered for her?
Yes.
And what were some of those testing as it relates to the strangulation incident?
A head and neck CT.
Okay, what's a CT?
It's a scan.
Okay. And after the exam, was Fatima released from the hospital right away?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether she stayed at the hospital overnight or was she released like 3 or 4 hours later?
I believe she stayed a few days.
Okay. And you indicated that you've conducted more than one strangulation exam. Are all patients who arrive at the emergency room indicating that they may have been strangled? Do they all stay overnight or for a few
Objection, Your
days?
Honor. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 67 to 81. If you could look through those and let me know when you're done looking through them. Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are Exhibits 67 to 81?
The photographs that I took of Fatima.
Okay, and do those photographs accurately depict the, your observations of the injuries that she had on her body?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibits 67 to 81.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor.
67 through 81 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 67. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Fatima.
Okay. And when you first arrived at the emergency room, was Fatima already there?
Yes.
Okay, and was that, when you first saw her, is this basically her appearance?
Yes.
Exhibit 68, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A closer up of her face.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking sort of photographs of the patient's whole body or their face?
Reference and baseline.
What do you mean by reference and baseline?
A reference when we document injuries, and then appearance if there's any issues with like anything different with their clothes, and then a close up of her face.
Okay, close up. What's the purpose of taking a photo of close up of her face?
Just for documentation purposes.
Okay. Exhibit 69, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The debris in her hair.
Okay. Exhibit 70, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
An abrasion on her neck.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this area that is sort of in the semi-upper portion of the center of the image. What are we looking at here?
A linear abrasion.
Okay. Exhibit 71, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The right side of her face, to just as a reference,
Okay.
and the area around her eye.
Okay, and when you say the area around her eye, what is the purpose of taking a photograph of the area around her eye?
To document abnormal findings.
Okay. And did you have abnormal findings around the area of her eye?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 72, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Small red circular spots on her, around her eyes.
Okay, and when you say small red circular spots, are you referring to to this area that is in the middle of the image?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those small red dots?
They can be indicative of petechiae.
Okay, and what is petechiae?
Petechiae are the small, less than 3 millimeter spots that are indicative of like capillary rupture.
Okay. Exhibit 73, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Her neck, an abrasion.
Okay.
Oh, that's
And when you say abrasion, are you referring to this line that is in the middle of the image?
correct.
Okay. And is there also discoloration that is surrounding the abrasion here?
Yes.
Exhibit 74, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A close-up of the neck and the abrasions on the neck.
Okay, and we sort of see you have what looks like a ruler that is going through the, going down the right-hand side of the image and then going across the bottom of the image. What's the purpose of having that ruler there?
To reference the length of the abrasions.
Okay. Exhibit 75, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Abrasions.
And is there, we see here in the, sort of the center of the photograph, the coloration is different than compared to the rest of her skin tone. Is that discoloration on her neck area as well?
Yes.
Exhibit 76, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph? Let me zoom it out.
Close-up of the previous photo documenting the length with the ruler of the abrasion.
Okay. And is this on her left side of her neck or on her right, on the right side of her neck?
Right.
Exhibit 77, can you tell the jury what you're trying to document in this photograph? Let's zoom in for you.
Abrasions.
Okay. And is this on the left side of her neck or on her right side?
The left side.
Exhibit 78, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The left side of her neck. Abrasions.
Okay. And when you say abrasions, are you referring to sort of this circular line that is running down sort of the center of the image?
Yes.
And is there also discoloration surrounding the abrasion?
Yes.
Exhibit 79, can you tell the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
The ruler to measure and reference the left abrasions.
Okay. Exhibit 80, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Fatima's left shoulder.
Okay. And what are you trying to document with regards to this photograph?
The abrasions.
Okay. Exhibit 81, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Her left shoulder.
Okay.
Abrasions.
And is there also discoloration that is being depicted in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to clarify, you said, good morning, bud.
Good morning.
You said you arrived and did the examination at about what time?
About 6 p.m.
Okay. And you ran through a bunch of symptoms that had been reported during and after this incident,
Yes.
right? And that included headache, dizzy, lightheaded, and I'm going to combine both during and after, loss of consciousness, memory loss, confusion, weakness, numbness, vision changes, and ringing from ears, correct?
Correct.
And by the time you did this report at 6 o'clock, those had all resolved, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the only ones that were still noted at 6 o'clock were the neck pain, sore throat, difficulty swallowing, pain with swallowing, and difficulty breathing, correct?
Correct. And the body pain
Oh, I'm sorry, it's down at the bottom, body pain, and that was regarding left shoulder, right?
and left hip.
Okay, left side of the body, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, all the information that you received from Fatima was her subjective responses to your questions, correct?
It was her response to my questions.
Right. So, like you said, you gave her a scale of 1 to 5, and she said 5 on the how hard the pressure was, correct?
Yes, she reported in her words, and then I asked her on a scale of 1 to 5.
Okay. So the subjective scale of her saying 1 to 5. Her 5 might be different than my 5.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And she indicated to you that the length of time that the pressure was applied to her was about 5 minutes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had done how many strangulation examinations? 10 to 13, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been doing those examinations?
4 years.
Okay. And how many hospitals are you currently working out of?
4.
4, okay. All right. I'm looking at your report. Do you still have your copy there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at page 7 of 11 there.
And this is Exhibit
I'm sorry.
82.
Exhibit 82, sorry, Runner, I don't have it here in front of me. And I'm looking at page 7. These are where you're noting the examination signs, correct?
Correct.
And it's separated into 8 different categories. And each one of those, I believe, yeah, all 8 of those, and we can go through them just so we have them in the record. On the upper left, it starts face, head, and scalp. Underneath that is eyes. Underneath that is nose. Underneath that is shoulders. Underneath neck under chin on the right side. Underneath that ears. Underneath that mouth. Underneath that chest. Correct?
Correct.
All right, so that's essentially, it looks like the upper body.
Correct.
Right, okay. And I note that in each one of those, there's a box for petechia. Petechia, if I'm pronouncing it
Petechii?
right. Petechii. None of those boxes are checked, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, your mention on the photo that we were looking at of petechia, that is something that you noted, but you didn't mark on that page. Is that right?
Correct. I put redness on the
Okay.
face.
All right. And is petechia something that you're trained to look for when you do your strangulation exams?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you worked at the jail?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if petechia is something common to a lot of strangulations?
It can be.
Okay. But it doesn't always appear?
No.
Okay. Does the length of time that somebody is strangled, does that make a difference to you when you do your evaluation?
No.
Not at all? Okay. How about the period of length of unconsciousness? Does that make any difference to you?
No.
So why do you ask how long the strangulation is if it doesn't matter?
to get their note of it, and so that I can document their findings and then present them to the provider.
Okay. And so if they tell you that and you put it in your report, does everybody else rely on that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I
Everyone
mean-
else?
Just
Anyone-
wanna- just
I'm
wanna-
sorry.
You can't ask questions,
Oh,
but
sorry.
you can indicate that you don't understand the question.
I don't understand that.
Well, you've prepared this report, right? Strangulation?
Yes,
Okay. And so presumably you've prepared this, other people are gonna look at it.
correct.
Okay. And so they're gonna look at the information provided and they are going to assume that you've reported it correctly, right?
Correct.
Okay. So everything that is reported though, in this portion of the history of what happened comes from the person you're examining, right?
In what portion? I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
When you're asking them questions, right? Estimated length of time pressure was applied.
Correct.
You're asking the questions of the person you're examining.
Yes,
Okay. And so if they're giving you erroneous information, that affects what other people are gonna see, correct?
possibly.
Okay. And so, if they are operating with incorrect information, they could make incorrect assessments, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained?
Okay. All right. And just so we're clear, Fatima did tell you that she fell to the ground, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Approximately how long did you spend with Fatima?
Approximately with her 3 hours?
Okay. And that's entirely in the emergency department?
Correct.
And were you with her continuously or were there breaks during that time?
I don't recall there were breaks.
Okay. And is that in your experience, is that a pretty typical duration?
Yes.
And your piece of this is kind of, as you've described, the medical examination of Fatima, correct?
Correct.
And then also kind of getting her verbal description, correct?
Correct.
And then, before you were called in, you had no idea of this, correct?
Correct.
And did you review police reports?
No.
And once you, finalize your report and she is either admitted or discharged or further down the hospital process, do you have further involvement with her?
No.
Okay. And so, safe to assume that you didn't review videos of an incident, right?
Correct.
And that wouldn't normally be a part of your examination, right?
No.
Okay, so you're not necessarily, you have an investigatory role in a medical sense, correct?
I have a role to assess my patient in a
Okay.
medical way.
Okay, fair. And I'm not trying to, just in terms of you are providing information from a medical sense that is also going to then be used. It gets turned over. We're here in court, right? In a law enforcement aspect, right?
Potentially.
Okay. But it's not your role, and I'm not criticizing, but just kind of defining the parameters. So it's not your role to then further investigate, correct?
Correct.
You're not double checking what she reports based on videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that you should, okay? Just so we're clear. All right. So do you start with the description or do you start with the medical examination? What's the order of procedure?
I start by getting consent, and then I do a medical history, and then ask the questions Basically, I follow this form. So I
Okay.
start on page 1 and I move through to the end of the page.
Okay. And I see Providence, so this is a form that is prepared by Providence?
Correct.
And we are
referring to Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you have any say in what goes into the form?
No.
All right. So looking on page 3 of 82 is the checklist of symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And it's about 3/4 of a page, single space?
Yes.
And then you're talking, the options are no, during the incident, after the incident, and now, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're able to differentiate, and she was able to differentiate for you kind of when she had certain symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And there were a few notes as to details that she provided, correct?
Correct.
And those details, as she described, pertain to the actions of her dad, correct?
I believe so, yes. Correct.
Okay. So then we go to page 4, and there is a very long handwritten page, correct?
Yes.
And that is in your handwriting, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that summarizes her description. I think that is entitled History of Assault, correct?
Correct.
And that's, so at this point, she's then kind of going start to finish, kind of that whole day. There's some stuff that happens before the incident and after. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, earlier when she was talking to you, she described certain symptoms, headache, correct?
Yes.
Dizziness, lightheadedness, right?
Yes.
Memory loss, correct?
Yes.
And confusion,
Yes.
among other symptoms that you've previously testified about, correct?
Correct.
And the descriptions that she had are not inconsistent with strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And those are, you weren't surprised to hear her talk about kind of the short symptoms I just listed, correct?
No.
Okay. And so when somebody loses consciousness, how is that medically described? What is going on to the person when they lose consciousness?
What is going on? Well, you could say passing out.
Okay.
They're not cognitively there.
Okay, so in terms of, so that would be describing the memory loss, correct? That you
No.
don't- Okay, well, I think this is where lawyers ask obvious questions and we all kind of understand the answer, but we still have to put it in the record. And so if somebody loses consciousness, they're not awake, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and so they're not perceiving events around them and able to describe. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. Which one side effect of that would be memory loss for that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She described confusion during and after.
Yes.
And so, did you describe, confusion can be like, what is going on? Like, why is this happening? That would be one form of confusion, correct?
Correct.
There could also be kind of confusion in a medical sense because of loss of oxygen or other things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when somebody loses consciousness, is it like a switch or is it you're kind of drifting in and you're drifting out?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay.
It depends.
Okay. And that's fair. And so when somebody then regains consciousness, they don't necessarily know how long they've been unconscious. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they may have confusion as to what just happened, right?
Possibly.
They could wake up or begin to regain consciousness in a different location from their last memory. Fair?
Fair.
And they may not necessarily know how they got there, correct?
Correct.
And what happened, obviously they wouldn't know what happened while they're unconscious, right?
Correct.
And they would have feelings, pain, correct? Let me rephrase. If they have pain, they don't necessarily know what caused the pain while they were unconscious. Fair?
Correct.
And other symptoms that may have been a product of what happened leading up to being unconscious and while they were unconscious, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she described for you losing consciousness during the incident with her dad. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then she woke up either in close proximity to her mom or being held and grabbed by her mom, correct? If you recall.
Could you ask that again?
Yeah, so prior to losing consciousness, she was in a struggle with her dad. That's what she described to you, correct?
Correct.
When she woke up, she wasn't still in the struggle with her dad. And I'm asking if you remember. If you don't, that's okay too.
I don't think she specified that.
Okay. Okay. So she just described for you regaining consciousness at some point and didn't delineate where her dad was, where her mom was.
I'm going to reference my note.
Perfect. And you're looking at Exhibit 82?
Yes.
She stated she was on the floor.
Okay. And didn't necessarily say in proximity to mom or to dad in that answer. Is that fair? When she woke up.
She stated she was on the floor and my mom was grabbing my neck.
Okay. And so then, did she tell you how long she was held by her mom?
No.
Did she tell you how long she was held by her dad?
She said it felt like 5 minutes.
For her dad?
Correct.
Okay. She then said that she was able to get free from her mom, correct?
Correct.
And then that somebody was holding me, but I don't know who it was, correct?
Correct.
And did she describe what that additional holding was?
No.
And at that point, then she runs to the school, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If we go to page 5. There's a pre-printed question as to what did the patient think was going to happen? And this is in pertaining to strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And her answer about that pertained to what her dad did, correct?
I believe. Just in general with the situation.
Well, she said that she thought he was going to kill me, right?
Correct.
Okay.
She thought, yes, I thought I was going to die, that he was going to kill me.
Okay. And then when did the strangulation event stop? Isaiah punched Dad, knocking him out.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the strangulation event, it stopped when Dad was stopped by Isaiah. That's what you reported, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of when you regain consciousness and there is a strangulation event, it can affect, we're talking about the neck, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yes. Okay. So strangulation isn't necessary. In the way we're talking about strangulation, we're not talking about compressing someone's chest, right? We're talking about compressing the neck.
Correct. Strangulation involves the neck.
Okay. And that can affect breathing, correct?
Yes.
And it can affect your voice
Yes.
and your ability to speak,
Yes.
particularly just after the pressure is released, correct?
No, it could present days later.
Okay. But in terms of, if somebody said, I had difficulty speaking after the pressure was released, that would not be uncommon, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody said, I was trying to speak, but I couldn't get words out, that would that is a possible side effect of strangulation, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I would have to ask more questions if it was, some people are in shock,
Okay.
and that could possibly not they could possibly not produce words in that sense.
Okay. So, well, fair enough. So, I mean, being unconscious can impact your brain is kind of resetting when you're regaining consciousness, correct? Is that a
Yes,
okay? And so you could have difficulty speaking from being unconscious, correct?
yes,
From strangulation, yes?
potentially,
Okay. And confusion,
yes,
which she described and she documented, right?
yes,
Okay. All right, I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
thanks.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Rivas, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions, he asked you several questions about your documentation of petechiae on your report. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes,
And specifically, he asked you about page 7 of your report, and that's the page that has the different body parts and any observations you made of those body parts. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And as part of your strangulation exam report, are there also a portion that is labeled traumagram?
yes.
And what is typically contained in the traumagram portion of the report?
Descriptive documentation of my findings.
Okay, and did you also, with the report that you generated as it pertains to your examination of Fatima, did you also document your findings on pages 8 and 9, that is entitled traumograms?
Yes,
Okay, and on those 2 pages, did you at any point document your findings of petechiae?
yes.
Okay, and where did you document on page 8 as to the findings of petechiae?
Where I showed 2 and 3, area 3, which is the neck, and then 5.
And which area of her face is area 5?
Around the eye. Oh, I'm sorry, correction. The 5 is the eye.
Okay. And then also on page 9 of your report, is that also another page that is allowing you to document any physical findings you observe on the different parts of the body?
Yes,
And do you document any findings of petechiae on that page?
yes.
And where is the petechiae as you documented for Fatima?
On her cheek.
Okay. And with regards to page 3, which is the page that talks about sort of reported symptoms, Mr. Kading asked you about Fatima's answers to those, and he talked about it that basically it was her subjective, that it was her answers. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
Based on your training and experience, when a patient comes in and indicate they have a headache, is there any magical blood test you can have them do that will say patient has headache?
no,
Okay. Are there any x-rays that can be taken once you see the results, it'll say patient has headache?
no,
Okay, and so when it comes to asking a patient, whether it's as part of a strangulation exam or any time you see a patient outside of the ER, when it comes to asking about headaches and lightheadedness and dizziness, are all of those responses in essence what the patient has to convey to you?
yes,
Okay. And with regards to with regards to neck pain, when it comes to the level of pain, is that something that you can sort of, is there a blood test that you can have conduct on a patient that'll tell you the amount of pain that they have?
No.
Okay, and is that basically in essence something that is the patient's own words, because there's no test or x-ray that can document pain?
No. Yes, it is their words.
Okay. And with regards to some of the reported symptoms, you talked about some of the symptoms that Fatima had indicated yes to, that she exhibited signs of. Were there also symptoms that she in fact stated that she did not feel like she had?
Yes.
Okay, and in fact she indicated that she never coughed up blood, is that right?
Correct.
And what about nausea and vomiting? Did she ever say whether she had nausea and vomiting?
She denied any nausea or vomiting.
Okay. And Mr. Leary asked about, I believe that his line of questioning, at one point you talked about somebody being in shock. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, when somebody is in shock, is that typical when it comes to somebody who just underwent trauma?
Yes.
Okay, and based on your training experience, can somebody who just underwent trauma, can that sort of impact their ability to tell time or their sense of time?
Yes.
Okay, and with regards to, there was also questions about loss of consciousness. You know, this might sound like a silly question, but when you're unconscious, are you able to tell time?
No.
And are you able to tell the passage of time?
No.
And in this case, did Fatima ever indicate whether she lost consciousness?
She did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go. Ms. Zoe, if you could come forward and take Exhibit 82, please. Thank you. Members of the jury, it's 10:25. We normally take our recess at 10:30, so this is good timing. Have the bailiff lead you back. We anticipate the recess will be 15 minutes. Thank you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. Court's in recess. Estimation that Dr. Stankus will be here by 2?
2:15,
Okay,
what she said.
all right. And I'll ask Ms. Zoe. Ms. Zoe, do you anticipate that Ms. Wahl's testimony will likely be concluded before noon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then what I intend to do is to indicate to the jury that we would like them back at 2. And that way, in case anyone's running late, everyone will be here by 2:15. And hopefully Dr. Stankus will be here at that time, and we can convene at 2:15. Any issue with proceeding that way? I don't want the jury to be here when we know they're not coming in at 1:30. Ms. Zoe?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cady?
No, Your
Mr. Leary?
Agreed, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and bring the jury in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one thing,
Oh.
did you review the language of the instruction we proposed?
I apologize. Yes, I did, and it is very consistent with what I think I would have said had I done it myself, so I will read this as is. Thank you. You can have your witness go ahead and come into the courtroom, please. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we will continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, if you could call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, I would like to call Lisa Wahl.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lisa Wahl, W-A-H-L.
Are you currently employed, Ms. Wahl?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm a family nurse practitioner at Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
And what is a family nurse practitioner?
I'm an advanced registered nurse practitioner with the capacity to assess, diagnose, and treat.
Okay. And besides working at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, are you also on call sometimes at hospitals?
I am, as a forensic nurse examiner.
Okay. And which hospitals are you on call at?
At Providence Centralia Emergency Department, Providence St. Peter Hospital Emergency Department, and at Madigan Emergency Department.
Okay. And besides being employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center and then being on call at Providence Centralia, Providence St. Peter's Hospital, and Madigan, do you work at any other medical settings?
I do.
Okay, and where is that?
I'm a per diem registered nurse at Mason General Hospital.
Okay. Is that sort of weekday thing, weekend?
That is put my son through college thing, so that's my side hustle.
Okay, all right. And you indicated that you are an advanced registered nurse practitioner. What kind of, well, let me ask you this. Can you describe to the jury your education background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the San Jose State University. I have a Master's Science in Nursing from the University of Alaska in Anchorage. I have a board certification through the American Academy of Nurse Practitioners, and as a nurse practitioner, a family nurse practitioner. And then I have board certification through the International Association of Forensic Nurses as a sexual assault nurse examiner, certified in both pediatrics as well as adolescents through adulthood.
Okay. And what is a advanced registered nurse practitioner?
I provide patient care through the context of the life trajectory, so from birth to death.
Okay. And then you indicated that you are currently employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
The Providence Abuse Intervention Center is within the Monarch Children's Justice Advocacy Center. We provide care to children under the age of 18 as well as developmental disabled adults when there's been a concern that there's been child abuse, neglect, or torture, or some combination therein.
Okay. And as part of the child abuse, that also could entail sexual abuse, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse who has specialized training in the forensics field. So what that requires is training provided by, for me, the International Association of Forensic Nurses, wherein we provide medical care to the patient as well as evidence collection, which then bridges the patient care with the legal system.
Okay. And with regards to your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, is your main responsibility still patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're working in this, at the Providence Abuse Intervention Center as a family nurse practitioner, is your number one priority patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, do you also have the ability to conduct strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any training or experience when it comes to conducting strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what that training is?
So for a forensic nurse to do forensic examinations on non-fatal strangulation issues, I have taken trainings through the National Institute of Strangulation Prevention. They collaborate with the Department of Justice, Indian Health Services, National Institute of Health, these federal domains that work together to provide hourly, half-day, full-day, 3-day trainings on the clinical assessment, documentation, and care of strangulation involving children and adults.
Okay. And have you yourself conducted or performed any strangulation exams?
I have.
Okay. And approximately how many?
Dozens.
Okay. And then, as part of your responsibilities at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, do you sometimes provide follow-up care to children who may have underwent a strangulation episode?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Wahl, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation has to do with the external compression of the neck which impedes airflow and or blood flow, which then can cause loss of consciousness, brain injury, and death.
Okay. And how you indicated that strangulation in the medical context is the external pressure that can impact to the neck, that can impact airflow. How would external pressure to the neck impact airflow based on your training experience?
When you press on the neck, you're pressing on your trachea, your windpipe. When you're pressing on that area of your body, your lungs aren't able to expand and to collect oxygen. When you're not able to oxygenate your blood, the blood flow to your brain is compromised. When you don't have enough oxygen to your body system, then you will die.
Okay. And when an individual does not have oxygenated blood flowing to their brain, can that impact their brain?
It can. Think of, in our neck, we have arteries that pump oxygenated blood up to our brains, and then we have the jugular veins that bring deoxygenated blood from the brain back down into the body to reoxygenate through our lung systems. When we don't have that oxygenation provided to the brain, then we experience a host of health issues, primarily loss of consciousness. Once we've lost consciousness and that compression continues, these muscles in our neck relax and the compression is much more easier. If the strangulation doesn't stop immediately, you'll experience brain injury and death.
And I would just indicate for the record that the witness, while testifying, is using her hands to describe the things that she is talking about related to the neck and head.
Okay. And in this case, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 30th of 2024?
I do.
Okay, and where did you see Miss Ali?
At the Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
Okay, and then who referred her to your care?
She was referred to our clinic following hospitalization at Providence St. Peter Hospital as a result of complications due to strangulation.
Okay. And did you also, as part of your follow-up care with Fatima on October 30th, did you also document sort of your exam of Fatima in a report?
I did.
Okay. And as part of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you sort of had to obtain some of information from her about her height and her weight?
I did.
Okay, and what was her height?
5 feet 1 inches tall.
Okay, and what was her weight?
100 pounds.
Okay. And were you also aware of an strangulation exam that was conducted by a forensic nurse examiner by the name of Senovia Rivas?
I was.
And prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you review the report that was generated by Ms. Rivas?
I did.
Okay. And were you, did you also review the medical records from Providence St. Peter's Hospital as it relates to Fatima prior to your examination on October 30th?
I did.
Okay. And with regards to the diagnoses that she received, was pneumomediastinum one of the diagnoses?
It was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is a big word. The mediastinum is here in your chest. It holds your heart, your trachea, your esophagus, and major blood vessels in this area. Pneumomediastinum means that there is air in the mediastinum that got there from say a medical incident. If you were intubated, it could have caused some sort of a blunt trauma injury or other means in which this air has escaped from your lungs or your airways somehow, and it's now in the mediastinum.
Okay. No, this might sound like a silly question, Ms. Wahl, but is air in the mediastinum a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Okay. And also, prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, were you also, you indicated you reviewed the strangulation report that was prepared by Ms. Rivas. Were you aware of the signs and symptoms that Fatima exhibited during her admission into the ER on October 18th?
I was.
Okay. And when you met with Fatima on October 30th, what, if anything, did she say about any vision changes that she had since the alleged strangulation incident?
She said that her vision was more blurry.
Okay. And did she sort of explain to you in what way as to what she was able to see or she couldn't see?
Yes. In the process of a conversation with my patients, I ask in a head-to-toe manner a review of systems, so their health as they understand it from head to toe. And she indicated to me that she normally wears glasses. She didn't have access to her glasses, so that her vision baseline was blurry, but that since being strangled, her vision was, quote, more blurry.
Okay. And what about her hearing? Does she also indicate whether she had any hearing issues since the alleged strangulation incident?
Yes, so she does not have hearing issues baseline. When she was describing her hearing, when I'm asking her questions about her hearing, she told me that it was, quote, more sensitive.
Okay. And you sort of mentioned baseline. What do you mean by baseline?
Baseline is prior to being assaulted.
Okay. And what's the importance of sort of establishing a patient's baseline?
To understand the potential consequences of the assault. So the baseline is their status quo, their normal health status prior to the events they experienced, what they experienced, the changes that happen, and any residual or lingering results from the trauma.
Okay. And did Fatima say anything to you about what her jaw was feeling?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she say about that specifically?
She told me how he had had her by her neck and her jaw, and that as a result, now when I'm seeing her now, that's a couple weeks later, I believe, since the trauma, that she was still she had range of motion, but that she had to move slowly, because if she were to move too quickly, it would trigger a pain that she just didn't want to experience.
Okay. And after you examined, well, let me ask you another question. Does she, in addition to talking about her range of motion as it relates to her jaw, does she also talk about her range of motion in general when it comes to her neck?
Yes, we were referencing her neck and her jaw, and just this whole shoulder girdle area.
Okay. And after you examined Fatima on, at the end of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you also provide her with a patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. And then subsequent to October 30th of 2024, did you see Fatima again at the Abuse Intervention Center on December 5th?
I did.
Okay. And on December 5th, did she talk about whether she still had symptoms from the alleged strangulation incident?
She did. She talked about how when she got stressed, she would get left shoulder and neck pain. And when she got really stressed out, it would hurt, she told me, quote, really bad,
Okay.
unquote.
And then on December 5th of 2024, at the end of your exam with Fatima, did you provide her with continued patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions.
Sorry, may I address you as Nurse Wahl, or how would you prefer? Miss Wahl?
That's fine.
Nurse Wahl. Question regarding the jaw pain you just noted.
Yes.
You indicated earlier that a strangulation concerns the pressure on the throat or neck area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so pain in the jaw would not be associated with pressure on the throat necessarily, correct?
Well, during the strain, it's not,
The pressure on the throat would not affect the jaw, right?
that could be referred pain. There could be
Okay.
lots of things.
Okay,
It's
could
not
be
a
lots
yes
of
or no.
things, okay. It could also have been caused by blunt force.
Correct.
Pain to withdrawal. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
We are, thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
We are.
You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go or stay however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, as you may imagine, as we've been going through this process, there are many logistics in trial and witness schedules and the like. And today, again, we are recessing a little bit early before the noon hour. Also, I am not going to have you back until 2 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you what that means so that you're in the jury room kind of ready to go at 2. And we'll continue with the presentation of evidence at that time. So you have a little longer today for your lunch break. Thank you so much, as always, truly, for your time and your attention. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you in this case. We will see you after lunch. Please be seated. So if we start at 2:15 and are ready to go at 2:15, then that is 2.5 hours, I think, from 2:15 to 4:45. Realistically, I need to take a 10-minute recess in that time period to give the jury a break. So really, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes. Obviously, we go until a witness is done and she could be called back. I guess related to that, although I'm optimistic, because I like to be optimistic that we would conclude her testimony today. If we do not, when would she be called? When would you anticipate that we would call her back? Are you talking about trying to be in trial on Friday? I told you previously that I could, I don't know if the jurors can, but I can make that happen in my schedule. I know that she's traveling, and so I don't want to be worried about concluding her testimony and how we fit that in as we go along. Anyways, so I just want to hear from you, Mr. Kading, if you have thought about that. And again, I just want to talk about this so we have a plan, again, in hopes that we don't have, that we can conclude our testimony today.
And Your Honor, I did talk to her briefly this morning. Actually, I didn't talk to her. I was texting with her. She was trying to get on the airplane. I advised her that, you know, we're gonna try to get her done today. She understands that she's now making herself late, and she indicated she would be available to testify as needed after that. She did tell me that she had another case in Alaska on Monday, so she would prefer to do that, but she said if she's in the middle of testimony here, that takes priority and she will stay. If we could do Friday, if it's gonna be a few minutes, that would probably be good. She is scheduled to leave again tonight, but obviously that's subject to change. So she is, she's very flexible at this point because of the situation as it's created. I anticipate we will be done in the 2 hours and 20 minutes.
All right. What I would just ask, I expect actually that all of the lawyers have been talking about this issue, but if you would also just confer as to what you believe the best plan would be if we don't finish her testimony, whether we try for Friday or we have her Monday, or if you have something else. I'm completely open to trying to make this work between what the lawyers think works best, and of course then we have to make sure the jury is available if it ultimately were that she needed to appear tomorrow if we don't finish. I again will be optimistic that we conclude today. Any issues before we recess for our lunch break? Ms. Stone?
Only as to what the court was just talking about with the parties, the state will make whatever works for in-person testimony for Dr. Stankus work if for some reason we are not concluded today. So if that means tomorrow afternoon, I just need to know because I need to cancel a appointment that I've canceled multiple times, but it's fine. I just need to do that. So if we are able to get that information maybe from the bailiff at some point this afternoon, so when we leave today we know if that's going to be an option, because I need to make that call if that's the case.
All right. Mr. Kading, do you have anything further before we recess?
I do not.
Mr. Larry?
I may have missed, I assumed it was tomorrow morning, but given, what's the window the court would make available?
It would have to be in the afternoon. I have my civil motion calendar in the morning, so it could not be in the morning. I do have an administrative law review hearing scheduled at 1:30, although I can move that. I'd prefer to resume the trial at 1:30, and then I could move my ALR to later in the afternoon.
Okay, all right, that's helpful to know. Thank you.
And I think what I will, I don't want to, not that it necessarily would, but I don't want to stress the jury out if we don't need to, and that relates to them having to come on a time that they're not ready for. So we'll get to the afternoon recess, and then the parties can tell me where they really think we're at, and at that time I can have the bailiff ask them if we need to whether or not they would have any scheduling conflicts if they came back on Friday at 1:30 for up to an hour. All right. Okay. And I apologize, Mr. Larry, I don't recall, did I ask you if you had anything before we recessed?
Nothing additional.
Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you. All rise. Court's in recess. Please be seated. Okay. I have been updated by my clerk as to the status of Dr. Stankus, and I was just advised that it might be past 2:30, and so Mr. Kading, could you give the court an update, please?
Yes, I spoke with her 30 seconds ago. She said her, what do we call those? GPS is telling her 2:45 she'll be here.
All right. And have the parties discussed when she will continue her testimony?
Yes, if we do not complete today, she would be available Tuesday.
At what time?
That's unclear, but morning would be preferable. She is leaving in the evening again on Tuesday, so Tuesday morning.
All right. And Ms. Stone, obviously you're just receiving this information as it relates to what you have planned for your witnesses next week. It seems hard for me to believe we're going to finish her testimony today when we were concerned about finishing her testimony if we started at 2:15, but of course we'll still see. As it relates to the potential of Tuesday for the continuation of the testimony?
Your Honor, Ms. Stone and I spent most of the lunch, or a good portion, not the most, we spent a good portion of the lunch trying to rearrange doctor schedules based on this, because we have a number, Dr. Parliament, Dr. Gilbert, and Dr. Kim around their schedules. We rearranged that anticipating either a Friday or potentially a first thing Monday. We were not anticipating a Tuesday, so we've already made some rearrangements. Tuesday is problematic. I think she could complete on Tuesday, but I don't think she could complete necessarily first thing in the morning on Tuesday, because we have other people that have a tight timeline that we're working through. So I can tell the court that I did talk to the jail over lunch. I understand that Friday, I'm being told, is not available for Dr. Stankus. I will tell the court I did talk to the jail over the lunch to see if the jail would be able to accommodate trial on Friday afternoon, and whether I should start canceling and moving other things around. Sergeant Dalton indicated that they would be able to make that work. There were no other hearings at the courthouse Friday afternoon, so they would be able to make that work. That would be the state's preference. If Monday is not an option that is available, I obviously would like to not interrupt either the cross-examination, and I understand that this is a contingency plan only. I would like to not interrupt the cross-examination, but I would also like to not interrupt the state's witnesses that we have now rescheduled multiple times due to Dr. Stankus. And I'm not casting aspersions by any means on Dr. Stankus or Mr. Kading. I will tell you the state is frustrated by the scheduling.
Why can we not proceed tomorrow afternoon?
My understanding is she's flying back to Nevada tonight. She's coming in scheduled to fly out at 6 o'clock tonight.
So I don't know that, well, let's see where we get, but I don't know that the court is willing to accommodate that. Where her schedule is already being accommodated. She was supposed to testify at 1:30 today. That was actually set long before I was involved in this case. And then she indicated she wasn't coming, and then she said, okay, I'll come. And I recognize she didn't control what happened to her flight this morning, but no one should be shocked, frankly, that a flight out of Las Vegas was canceled or delayed. And so if we do not conclude her testimony, I would like to look at continuing her testimony tomorrow. I have a hearing at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I will move that hearing to a different time so that she could testify in the morning after my civil calendar is over, and have an afternoon flight back to where she's going back to. But I think it causes a lot of problems if we don't conclude her testimony. So just like that to be something that is looked at. and I recognize, Mr. Kading, I'm giving you this information and that you will speak to the witness, and I recognize that you did not create the scheduling issues.
And Your Honor, prior to you coming in, we did talk a little bit about some of the doctors they had that were scheduled for Tuesday. They thought might be better on Monday anyway, so I don't know. It's not a cast in stone, I think, that their witnesses would prefer to testify on Tuesday.
It's not that, we scheduled them around based on the availability. So for example, Dr. Parliament is working a 24-hour shift all day on Monday, which is why he has requested Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. because he will have been working for 24 hours straight on Monday in his capacity. We have moved Dr. Gilbert now multiple times, and she has a meeting now on Monday that she cannot miss. So we have had to relocate Dr. Gilbert. We've moved Dr. Kim multiple times now, and he has had to reschedule those patients multiple times based on this. And so we have tried to now accommodate Dr. Kim first thing in the morning. I think those are all reasonable requests from the state's doctors. We didn't create any of the scheduling conflicts. So all of those things, there have been a number of dominoes that the state has tried to respond to. I feel like the state has been very accommodating. And so it's not certainly a personal preference. They have patients that they are missing, and they have work that they have to be at. In contrast, and I'm not saying that Dr. Stankus doesn't, but it is a different scenario. And so for those reasons, I would ask that we do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, if that is an option that is available, because I think that creates the least amount of issues for the state's witnesses moving forward on Monday. We just spent the lunch hour relocating all of those people in the schedule to try and accommodate this issue. I am hopeful that none of those things are needed and we're able to do this during, we're able to get done. That's the state's hope, and that this is a non-issue. But in terms of a contingency plan, that would be the state's next request, would be a Friday. Although the court just got a note and that it's concerning.
Also, the court has taken for granted, and I apologize, I did not check with the interpreters about their availability because they have been told their interpreting is Monday through Thursday. So I apologize for not asking. And I would inquire as to your availability on Friday.
Yes, Anna. So we will have only two interpreters for tomorrow, and me and Mr. Sadek, and we cleared Friday, and we were allowed to take any assignments and stuff. But if the court have this assignment, we can, with what we have and accommodate that for the court. So it's not an issue for that.
Thank you very much. And I apologize I did not ask sooner.
No worries, Anna.
Okay. So I received a note from corrections that they are only available in the afternoon. And I request that they speak with Sergeant Dalton about that. And again, I recognize we just still don't know, but we need to start planning now and not wait until the end of the day. I believe that I can recess my civil calendar at 10. I'm trying to do as early as possible so that the doctor could conclude her testimony and be able to get a timely flight out. So I believe that we could start at 10 a.m. So I'm telling corrections that so that they can tell that to Sergeant Dalton with a please check on that, Sergeant Dalton. And I will be in recess until I'm advised that the doctor is here. I am going to ask that the bailiffs advise the jury that they are not going to get a break, and so that they're prepared to come into court until the conclusion of the day. Thank you.
All rise, court's in recess.
Go ahead and bring the jury in, please. Yes. Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. During trial, it is sometimes necessary to permit a witness to testify out of the regular order. And in this case, the court is allowing a defense witness to testify during the state's case in chief due to scheduling conflicts. The order of witnesses should not affect your evaluation of the testimony given. Mr. Kading, call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time I call Dr. Jennifer Stankus.
Dr. Stankus, come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Kading, may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure, Jennifer Stankus, Stankus.
And Dr. Stankus, could you tell us what your education history is?
Sure, I'm an emergency physician. I went to medical school at the University of Washington. Before that, I went to law school at the University of Denver. And before that, I went to undergraduate at the University of Colorado at Boulder.
And what kind of work do you do?
I'm an emergency physician. I practice at Madigan Army Medical Center as clinical faculty in the emergency department.
Okay, and what else do you do for work?
So at this point, over the last few years, I've been about half-time clinical medically, and then the other half of my time is split between doing some expert work like this and other work that's not related to medicine.
Okay, and are you a member of any professional associations?
I am. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians and a former chairperson of the Emergency Medicine Foundation and a diplomat of the American Board of Emergency Medicine.
Okay, and Dr. Stankus, have you ever qualified to be a expert witness before?
Yes.
Okay, and what field do you expert witness in?
So I'm asked to opine on medical questions, and that can be in civil cases or like this in criminal cases. So it's been a pretty broad range of cases.
Okay, and you indicated you were an expert witness, so are you paid to be here?
I am.
Okay, and does the fact that you're being paid have any influence on your testimony?
No.
And is the amount you're being paid a customary amount?
Yes.
Okay. So we are here on the case of State versus Ali and Ali. Have you had an opportunity to review the medical records in this case?
I have.
And have you reviewed anything else?
Yes.
What else did you review?
I reviewed the police reports and also the videos.
Okay. And you saw the bus video and also the handheld phone videos?
I did.
Okay. And when you reviewed that those records and that video, did the diagnosis and things that you found in the medical reports, did that seem consistent with what you viewed and read?
It did.
Okay. And one of the things that was an issue, that's going to be an issue in this case, is something called pneumomediastinum. Could you please tell us what that is?
Sure. Pneumo just means air. Mediastinum is the central cavity in the chest. It's the area, basically, media is middle, and stinum, you can think of your sternum, so it's the cavity there. Pneumomediastinum means that there's air in that cavity, and there shouldn't be air in that cavity. There should be air in your trachea and in your lungs and in your esophagus sometimes. But it means that there's air inside that cavity, which is unusual.
Okay. And so can you tell us how typically does that air get there?
So it's not a highly common condition, but it does happen.
Okay. And are there, what are some of the different ways it can happen?
So the worst way it can happen is if you are shot or stabbed, or some sort of penetration into the chest cavity that actually punctures, punctures your lung, punctures the chest wall, punctures your trachea or your esophagus. That would be a very bad day. Other causes, believe it or not, it can happen with a sneezing fit or vomiting or weightlifting or bearing down. And the reason is that, think of your lungs as like a big balloon. You have, you take in the air, it goes into your lungs, and it travels out to the small little air sacs at the end called alveoli. And if you put too much pressure into that, like anything, you can basically pop it. So you can have a situation where you bear down, or you're holding your breath, and like say someone jumps on top of you, or a dog or something like that can actually pop that alveoli. Another way that can happen is if any of you are scuba divers, you hold your breath, something bad happens, you freak out, you pop to the surface and you forget to exhale. Well, all those gases are going to expand and create more pressure. So it's a pressure issue. And then the other way is you can sometimes tear the esophagus, for example. And the way that can happen is with violent vomiting or some sort of penetrating trauma. We call that Boerhaave syndrome.
Okay. All right. So was that B-O-R, Boerhaave?
You're asking me to spell something that's not fair. I think it's B-O-E-R. I'd have to Google it.
Okay. And when the air in your lungs is trapped and the pressure is applied to it, what is that? What is that called? Is that the Macklin effect?
Yes, it commonly occurs, most commonly I would say, and that would be that effect where you're bearing down like a Valsalva. You're increasing the intercranial or the interthoracic pressure too much.
Okay. Now, in terms of generalities, is pneumomediastinum, is that something that's common in strangulation cases?
No.
And have you ever seen it in a strangulation case?
I've seen it. So I've reviewed many strangulation cases, and I have seen it in one case where I don't think that it occurred from that, but rather from being dragged from behind and struggling on the ground.
Okay. And obviously it could be common in a stabbing offense or something like that, right?
Fortunately, I wouldn't say it's common, but it does occur.
Okay. Now, the different ways that it can happen, are some of them considered more serious in terms of diagnosis than others? I mean, in terms of what you're going to do to treat them?
What I would say is that it's not so much the mechanism, but rather the effect. So there can be a very small air leak that is a one-time air leak that doesn't persist, and it goes away on its own. And that could happen from any number of things. Let's say you have a very small puncture, it heals over, and you just have a one-time air leak versus the Macklin effect where you're sneezing or coughing and you have a small little air leak. What matters is if you have a persistent or a large air leak that can create pressure inside the chest. It can actually cause a pneumothorax, if you've ever heard of that, where there's too much air in the chest and it starts to collapse a lung. You can have the air in the mediastinum that's actually putting pressure on the heart. The heart's just a big pump, so if you are creating a lot of outside pressure on it, it won't pump as well. It won't be able to do its job. And then the other way that things can go sideways is if you have a tear, especially in your esophagus, what that can do is allow the stomach contents into the mediastinum, not pneumo, but the mediastinum, and those contents can create a bad infection. You can become septic, and that can kill you as well. So it's not so much a matter of what the mechanism is, but what the effect is.
Okay. And how do you recognize a pneumomediastinum?
So most typically we'll see it on a chest x-ray. So in a lot of cases, someone will come in with chest pain or they'll come in as a trauma and we get an immediate look to make sure that there's nothing dangerous going on. And we can see air very well on x-rays where it's not where it's supposed to be.
Okay. And so once you see that, is it pretty easy to diagnose what it is?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, how do you typically treat it?
So it depends on what it is. So sometimes it's very serious. Say a gunshot wound, they'll have to go in and resect part of the lung or clamp it to stop that air leak or put in a chest tube. Sometimes a surgeon will have to go in and repair the esophagus. A lot of times we just watch the patient. So about 80 to 90% of the time the condition is not anything that we need to do anything about, and we'd consider it to be benign, meaning harmless. It's there, but we need to watch it and make sure it doesn't persist or get worse.
Okay. And is there any particular time limit on how long that may take?
Well, typically, if we saw a small amount of air on a chest x-ray, for example, but the patient's vital signs were stable, they weren't having any trouble breathing, everything else looked okay, we would typically watch them for 24 hours and retest and make sure that the condition isn't getting worse and that it's getting better.
Okay. And in your reading of the records in this case, did you note when the condition was first noted?
Yes, it would have been on arrival to the emergency department.
Okay. And did you then also note in the same records when it was determined that it was no longer an issue?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day.
Okay. So do you recall, was it less than 24 hours later that the condition was no longer noted?
I believe it was.
Okay. Now, upon reviewing the medical records in this case and the videos in this case, is it possible for you to tell with any degree of certainty how the condition arose in this case?
No.
And why not?
Again, there are multiple ways that it can happen. Certainly it could be from any type of struggle where someone is in a fight or a struggle, like for example, the first instance where there's a tug of war over Fatima and she goes down to the ground. Or the next instance might be where I call it a dog pile, but there's a group of people who all fall on top of her. It could have happened there. There's an instance where they're on the ground and there's contact with her neck. It could have happened there. There's a struggle afterwards that I can't see in any of the videos. It could have happened there. I don't know.
Okay. And so once the person comes into the hospital and they are found to have this condition, is there typical conditions placed upon them when they're being observed?
Yeah, so what we're concerned about, obviously, is that this condition's going to get worse. The patient may need to go to surgery. They may need to be heavily sedated so that a camera can be placed down their trachea or the esophagus, whichever one they're worried about. And in those cases, we don't want the patient to eat or drink anything because they are put at a great risk for aspiration during that procedure. So just like if I'm worried about someone with appendicitis, they come in with right lower abdominal pain, I'm going to have them not eat or drink anything until we know that it's not that and that they're not going to surgery. So we'll keep the person what we call NPO, or nothing by mouth, until we have a better idea of what the clinical picture is and if they need any further intervention.
Okay.
And then obviously we watch them. They're on a monitor. We're making sure that they're not going into any respiratory distress or cardiac distress or anything like that.
All right. And in this particular case, when you reviewed the medical records, did you see any sort of a specific treatment that was undertaken in this case?
I believe, obviously, observation, imaging in terms of x-rays, and then I believe an antibiotic was given and the patient was kept NPO, as we call it, or nothing by mouth.
Okay. And did you see any indication that there were any scopes done or anything else?
No.
And is that typical in a case like this?
I would say it is. With a very small amount of air that resolves, there's no reason to put that patient at risk because there's not an obvious ongoing air leak.
Okay. Is there typically any difference in a case of pneumomediastinum where a younger person is involved versus a full-grown adult?
The only thing that I would say is that younger patients, especially very young patients, have smaller airways, and so if there is some sort of compressive element, like an ongoing air leak, they can decompensate faster than adults, but the mechanism overall is the same. So they're treated the same way.
Okay. And can you tell me what tension mediastinum?
Yeah, so tension mediastinum, again, is pressure or tension on the contents of the mediastinum. And in that case, we're talking about compressive pressure on the heart. So if you can imagine your heart wants to beat in its usual fashion, if you're putting tension on it, just like if you're putting fluid around the sac in the heart's not able to beat as well as it would. And in fact, you can end up going into shock from that.
Okay. And if you have this tension mediastinum, then you have a more of a continual flow of air in, causing the pressure to build up? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you had mentioned tears of the esophagus. Obviously, that's something that sounds pretty serious. What does that cause?
Again, so that can cause stomach contents to leak into the mediastinum. And again, that's really dangerous because of the risk of infection.
And again, no evidence of that in this case that you saw?
No.
Okay. What is a mucosal tear?
So the mucosa is like the lining of your mouth. Or the lining of your trachea. It's just a tear in that, in that material.
Okay. And was there one noted in this case?
It was suspected but not confirmed.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
So you can't tell if someone has a mucosal tear in their esophagus or in their trachea by CT scan. You just can't see that level of detail. You need to go in with a scope and actually visually inspect it to see if there's a tear there, and that wasn't done in this case.
Okay. And is that generally, do you think, because this case resolved on its own?
Yes.
Okay. And what about mediastinitis? What is that?
So that would be inflammation around the mediastinum, as you would see with an esophageal tear, for example.
Okay. And you said one of the big issues that could be dangerous in certain cases of pneumomediastitis is infections?
It can be.
Okay. And were there any infections noted in the medical records in this case?
No.
Okay. So you said 80 to 90% of these cases typically resolve on their own. Does that just mean, what does that mean in terms of resolve on their own?
It means that we see some error where it's not supposed to be, and that it doesn't progress into a more dangerous condition, and that no intervention is needed, and so that's it. The patient gets better, and we don't need to do anything.
Okay. And so in your case, how would you classify the condition pneumomediastinum as it applies to Fatima?
I would say it was a mild presentation of it that resolved completely by the next day.
Okay. And given what you know, was this condition going to ever cause her death or kill her?
No.
Okay. And when something like this happens and it resolves, does it leave any permanent damage?
No.
And does it cause any permanent injury in any way?
No.
All right. I think that those are the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Really just about to. Good afternoon. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
You said you talked about the risk of aspiration in surgery, and that is when food doesn't stay in the stomach or saliva and goes into the lungs. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And so what's the consequence of food or saliva or something going into someone's lungs?
So it can cause respiratory failure at the worst. It can cause infection and scarring of the lung.
Okay. Pneumonia?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you said nothing by mouth, if somebody has to go into surgery and they have eaten within 24 hours, it increases the risk of aspiration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the reason to not have somebody eat during this 24-hour period is if something goes wrong and they have to go into surgery, you don't want to increase the risk of aspiration. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So if this had happened on a backpacking trip and this person was a 3-4 day hike out, okay, in this scenario, no helicopter rescue, and she didn't get medical treatment, would the outcome have been different?
In this case, no.
How come?
So there was obviously a small air leak, and we know that because of the chest x-ray. If this had happened out in the backcountry, there wouldn't have been an x-ray, and probably no one would have known that it was even there. There was no demise of the patient in terms of a change in vital signs or difficulty breathing or anything along those lines. If they hadn't taken the x-ray, they would never have even known that it was there.
And so if I was backpacking and this had happened, and I'm talking to this person, would this person have known something's going on with my chest? I feel like I have air in my chest. What does the patient understand in general?
So oftentimes they'll have some pain. They may have some chest pain or some neck pain where the air is dissected or something like that. But someone who has a persistent air leak where the air keeps filling up and compressing the lungs, they become increasingly more uncomfortable, may have increasing shortness of breath or chest pain or racing heart as the heart's trying to compensate because it can't beat well, any number of things.
And in this situation, were any of those symptoms about persistent air leak, pressure on the heart, collapsing lung present that from what you saw?
No.
So this is a situation where she comes into the emergency department, there's a whole array of tests done, fair? Or,
There's an array of tests done.
okay, including an x-ray, correct?
Yes,
A chest x-ray?
yes,
And what you're saying is that the chest x-ray would have been what picked up this air?
that would be the first way to pick up the air, and then a lot of times we'll do a CAT scan
Okay.
after that, and then watch the patient.
Okay. So really this was testing that identified the issue and then was simply monitored for 24 hours.
Correct,
And there was no intervention needed.
correct.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stone, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Dr. Stankus, I have some questions.
I thought you might.
Right, yep. Dr. Stankus, you talked about preparing for this case by looking at medical records. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And you also indicated that you looked at, I think, video. Did you say photographs as well?
I did, yes.
And for those photographs, were those, what photographs were those?
Oh boy, they were contained within the medical record.
Okay, and so were those photos of Fatima?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall what those were photographs of?
primarily of her head and neck, but also just a full body video, or not video, rather a photograph.
Okay. And do you recall when you were looking at those photographs, did those photographs of her injury play is not the right word, but factor into your opinion or diagnosis or evaluation in any way?
I mean, I certainly considered them, yes.
Okay, and how did you consider them? What does that mean when you say that, ma'am?
So there was obvious contact with the neck, the head and neck. There were some abrasions on her shoulders and her neck with some bruising.
Okay, and when you were going through and trying to prepare kind of your opinion for today, did you look at any research articles or anything of that nature about either strangulation or pneumomediastinum, anything like that?
No,
Okay. And you've never met or treated Fatima before, is that correct?
I have not.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you about just payment for testimony being here in that customary rate. What does a customary rate mean?
So expert witnesses in this state typically earn about $500 an hour.
Okay. What about if you're coming for testimony itself?
So I typically charge my clinical fee for the day, which is $2,400.
Okay. And what about if you're writing a report? Is that extra for a report, or is that included as part of that process in time, in terms of time that you would spend?
It's included, so it's just an hourly rate.
Okay. You didn't create a report here, though, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you asked to create a report here?
I was not.
And you talked about, I don't recall if you talked about testifying before or working just in other fields as part of your other part of your time. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Have you actually testified before
I have.
in a criminal case?
I have.
Okay. On behalf of the prosecution?
Not in trial, no.
Okay. And you talked about, in terms of your experience and where you've worked, it's primarily in the ER, in the emergency medical field. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not in like pediatric medicine, anything specialty in strangulation, ENT, nothing like that.
No, we treat adults and kids, and it's a big part of our training. Maybe 30% of our patient population is pediatric.
Sure, absolutely. And so you would assume that folks that worked in the ER were trained in a broad field of folks, right? I mean, the medical degree is the medical degree.
No, I mean, emergency medicine is its own specialty, and so in order to work in the emergency department, you have to be credentialed to do that and have specialized training.
Sure. And so you would say the same would be true for like an ENT or a pediatric doctor, fair? Yes?
Fair. As we discussed, a pediatric doctor or pediatrician couldn't work in the emergency department as an emergency physician, even a pediatric emergency department, unless they were specialty trained in emergency medicine. Any emergency physician trained in emergency medicine could work in a pediatric emergency department.
And if you were in the ER and you needed something exceptional was happening, would you call a specialist in that field?
Yes.
To come assist?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there are, in fact, strangulation specialists and ENTs that will confer with specialists in that field?
It's not a specialty field. Different people, different specialists would tend to see it. We obviously see it because the patient comes to us first. If there is a significant injury to the neck, an ENT doctor or ear, nose, and throat doctor might take care of that.
Okay. And ER or emergency medicine is, would you agree that that is kind of a triage medicine by definition?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
So you're admitting and then you're caring and you're maintaining care for those patients once you're done seeing them in the ER?
So we diagnose and stabilize and do the initial treatment. Sometimes, for example, we'll do a scope in the emergency department. We do a lot of procedures and interventions. If the patient needs further specialty care, so as an example, we would be the one to diagnose a heart attack. And then we would call the cardiologist to take that patient to the cath lab to do any interventions that were needed, because we obviously don't do that.
Okay, so then that follow-on care would be farmed is not the right word, but farmed out to someone else for that longer-term care after the initial diagnosis and stabilization. Do I understand?
Yeah, so once we diagnose, do any procedures we need to do, life-saving procedures, stabilize the patient, then that patient may go onto the floor of the hospital or the ICU or straight to surgery or something along those lines.
Okay, and in this case, was the request to you then, or really the entirety of the request, just to evaluate the pneumomediastinum as it existed here?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any request to opine about strangulation at all, or look into that piece of the medical records and come to an opinion about that?
There was not.
Okay. And I think you talked about those three kind of manners in which pneumomediastinum could occur. You talked about the penetrating injury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Macklin's effect, and the agreed that no one knows how to spell Borhaus effect as we stand here.
Borhaus syndrome. Yeah.
Thank you. Borhaus syndrome. And if I understand your opinion of the Macklin effect, and I don't say opinion, your testimony about the Macklin effect, you're saying that that is only happens as a result of chest compression. So it's only happening when somebody, there's an external compression on the chest and the airflow has been cut off. Is that your opinion, or are we misunderstanding that?
Well, that is one way that it can happen.
Okay.
So, as we discussed before, if someone takes a deep breath, for example, it's not unlike the scuba diving in a way. If you take a deep breath or you're startled and go down and someone lands on top of you and you have a sudden compressive effect, it's like taking a balloon and squeezing it very tightly. There's a possibility it could pop. If, on the other hand, your mouth is open and you just jump on top of the person, there's not that increased pressure, you're not going to have that effect. So we talked about that compression, but then we also talked about any type of Valsalva maneuver where you're bearing down and you're activating your abdominal muscles and you're bearing down in your chest. What that does is it increases the intrathoracic pressure. And if you do that hard enough, like with violent vomiting or struggling, or sometimes we can see it in wrestling or weightlifting, something along those lines, you can have that same effect.
And so you used wrestling as an example. So when we talk about it in terms of wrestling and bearing down and breathing hard, why did you use wrestling as an example?
Just because I've seen that happen. For example, another thing that you can see sometimes is like petechiae. That's another example of how you can have increased basically backflow that causes little ruptures. In that case, it's with the vascular system, not the airway. But it's the same concept. I've seen it with people who've been arm wrestling, for example.
So when you're talking about, let's say, like petechiae or the pneumomediastinum, let's say that somebody is strangling you from behind. They have you in a arm bar and you're gasping for air. Would you anticipate that that could cause a pneumomediastinum and or petechiae?
It could, yes.
Okay. Would that be consistent with the Macklin effect then that you're talking about?
It could, yes.
Okay. You talked about identifying if there is a tear in the trachea or esophagus by potentially doing a scope. Do you recall
Yes.
that? Okay. That's pretty common means for checking to see if there's a tear. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I would say that if you're talking about mucosal tear, that's the only way to see it. You won't see that level of detail on a CAT scan.
Okay. And would you agree that if there has been trauma to someone's throat, you may be disinclined from a medical perspective to put a scope down there and add trauma to see if there's already trauma? Does that question make sense?
It does make sense, but you're not causing more trauma by putting a scope down. You're basically, so when you're talking about the trachea remains open, unlike the esophagus, with the cartilaginous rings around it. It's always open. It doesn't collapse like the esophagus can. You're just putting a small, I almost want to say like the caliber of this, and there's a little light and a camera on the end of it, and you're literally just going down and you're looking around to make sure that you don't see any injury, like no bubbles of air or blood or other things that would indicate an air leak. So I wouldn't say that it would cause more trauma.
Just wanted to indicate the doctor held up one of the cables, very thinner cables from the microphone system as she was trying to describe the size of the scope.
I apologize.
Well, you're fine.
And I would say it's about a 1/4 inch diameter.
Thank you. And earlier you said one of the concerns that you have when dealing with children is that I'm going to use the wrong term, so please correct me, that the throat size is smaller, right? The airway is smaller. Is that fair?
Everything's smaller. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By definition, everything on a child is smaller. Does that give you then more concern or more, are you more cautious then as a doctor in terms of injuries that may have occurred to a child and how you're going to treat that child?
Yeah, so like I said, if for example, there's a persistent air leak in a child, that may cause decompensation more rapidly, especially around the airway, because it's a smaller airway to have to compress.
So in this case, would you, knowing that a pneumomediastinum is presented in Fatima, knowing that the injuries that she has incurred and knowing what has been described as the cause of those injuries, and specifically a prolonged strangulation, are you saying you would have scoped Fatima to see what was happening in her throat, or do you agree that the scope was not appropriate?
Well, the reason it wasn't appropriate was because it was such a small amount of air, and because there was no respiratory distress, her vital signs were normal. If you were truly concerned about a persistent air leak due to trauma, or you were concerned that there was a lot of swelling around the airway and that the airway would be closed, you'd actually probably prophylactically intubate her. So if you were worried that there was that much trauma to the airway, you might even intubate.
You might, but not necessarily.
If you are worried about airway and significant amount of soft tissue swelling, especially over that next day, but not without any respiratory distress, not without any difficulty breathing or swallowing or voice changes or evidence of, for example, fractures in the cartilage of the neck, I don't think it was indicated in this case.
And that would be assuming you know what the source of the leak is, though, also, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so tell me about that.
You could have potentially a small mucosal tear that is creates a one-time brief passage of air into the mediastinum and seals itself over, and you don't have a persistent leak. You could also have one of the alveoli rupture, like we talked about in the Macklin effect, and you have a transient passage of air, it seals itself up, and that's it. There's no additional leakage.
But you don't know what that source is without looking. Is that fair?
You can't know.
Okay. And the standard of care, if you're worried about someone with a pneumomediastinum, is that you call an ENT and or keep them for observation. That's correct? I understood that from your testimony? Okay.
Yes.
And is that because that condition can go poorly? It could go great, but it could also go very poorly. Fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think, as you said earlier, you're not involved in that aftercare. You know what the care is supposed to be, but you're not actually involved in that. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. And you're not just sending a patient with pneumomediastinum home and saying, call us if something goes south, right?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Would that be the same with strangulation patients then? If somebody came in and said, complained of strangulation, described this incident that occurred to you, and you saw a pneumomediastinum, you also wouldn't be sending that patient home and saying,
Correct.
just call us.
Correct. So the things that would keep that patient in the hospital would be significant airway restriction of the airway, or significant swelling around the structures of the airway causing constriction on the airway, any type of vascular injury, any fractures in the neck, or pneumomediastinum.
Okay. And so you said you agreed that pneumomediastinum can occur after strangulation, and particularly that manual strangulation creates that increased air pressure in the chest cavity during the incident itself. You would agree with that?
It can.
Okay. And when that air then leaves the chest cavity and air moves, right? Generally speaking, it's not stagnant?
Yes, it moves.
Okay. And if it then dissects the neck and the chest, can that cause a subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, in fact, sometimes that's all we see. So one of the things that we do in trauma patients is we always just feel the skin, and we call it crepitus. And so sometimes you can definitely feel that the air in all of the tissues.
Can you explain to the jury what subcutaneous emphysema is?
It's just air within the skin tissues and the fat. And so it's almost like we call it like Rice Krispies. So if it's there, a lot of times you can feel it. It feels very odd. It's not supposed to be there.
It's another place the air is not supposed to be, is under the skin?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I understood your testimony with Mr. Kading, but you indicated that some of the complications that can arise from pneumomediastinum is the mediastinitis?
Yes.
Okay. And tension pneumomediastinum?
Yes.
Did you talk about pneumopericardium?
No, but we kind of discussed that same mechanism.
You kind of talked about the pneumothorax, is that right?
Pneumothorax, but also compressive elements on the heart.
So if you're talking about pneumopericardium, can you tell the jury what that is?
So it could be air within the pericardial sac. So you have the heart and then you have the sac that surrounds the heart. And sometimes you can have blood that's going into there, bleeding into that sac. You could, with penetrating trauma, have air. Or you could just have air within the mediastinum itself that is building up and just having a compressive force on all of it, on the pericardium and the cardiac tissue itself.
And each of those complications that arise from the pneumomediastinum could all potentially be life-threatening if things don't go well. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you have continued pressure on all of those structures, that can cause collapse of lungs and cardiovascular collapse or shock.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about something being benign. I think you used the word benign with Mr. Kading, that in this case the pneumomediastinum ended up being benign. You don't know that something is going to be benign at the outset, right? Meaning, maybe I phrase this a different way. You could have a concussion, you could have a brain bleed, you could have swelling of the brain. All of those things could end up, or a tumor, all of those things could be benign, but that it could also not. Is that correct?
I think the examples are not any examples I would use. Like,
okay.
You could have abdominal pain that ends up being nothing requiring surgery or any intervention. Could you have a really small brain bleed that doesn't require anything, doesn't cause any swelling? I wouldn't use the example of brain swelling. That would be
okay.
That would be more serious under
you
any
wouldn't call that
circumstances.
benign?
No.
Okay. Would you keep, generally speaking, what else would you put in the category of benign?
Some sort of like a mole. It's not going to progress to, it's abnormal, it's a growth on the skin, but it's not going to develop into a cancer probably.
Sure. But would you agree that someone with, say, for example, a mole doesn't come into the ER and then get admitted for observation for a number of days?
No, but I would also say that we keep people for abdominal pain while we're waiting results to make sure that there's nothing serious in that, and we may not do anything about it. There may not be anything serious with that, but we still need to look.
Sure. And if Fatima had just come in with just pain in her chest and just a pneumomediastinum with nothing else occurring, is it your opinion that maybe the treatment would have been different than it is in the current case?
No, I think she would have been admitted and observed to make sure that that wasn't something more serious.
And when the pneumomediastinum resolved, so to speak, within 24 hours, she wasn't released either. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And if I understand, you said it's not uncommon, but it's not common either. Pneumomediastinum as a one of the effects of strangulation. That's not common, but also not uncommon. Is that correct?
With respect to strangulation, I've reviewed hundreds of cases, and again, I've only seen one other case.
And yeah, I think you described that case as a dragging case. Is that right?
So the person was dragged by a hoodie, and then got into a wrestling match over a phone or something.
Okay, so there was pressure around that person's neck, and then they were drugged by that pressure, and then wrestling of some sort occurred as well. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And in the course of your, remind me how long, I believe you said it was 10 years at some point in the ER, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In the course of your 10 years, how many times have you seen pneumomediastinum?
You know, actually, we talked about this. I don't keep track of these records. I don't know. Maybe a dozen, like, gross pneumomediastinum. I mean, we see that subcutaneous air, so we know that there's an air leak somewhere, but you don't necessarily see pneumomediastinum on imaging. but again, it's not particularly common.
So less than a dozen times in, dozen or less times in the last 10 years?
I don't know. I think that's probably an understatement, but I don't want to overstate either.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. And you don't have a recollection of male, female, young, old, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation itself is very serious?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation in a child is potentially even more concerning than an adult?
I mean, they're both concerning. But what I
Sure.
would say is, as with the pneumomediastinum, in kids, the airway is more narrow, and so it takes less to close that airway. So if you have an airway that's an inch in diameter versus a half an inch, obviously it takes less to close that half-inch diameter airway.
So then, if I understand right, your testimony is that plainly the amount of force that it would require to significantly damage a child would be less to damage a child than it would be to use on an adult. Is that fair? I mean, in terms of closing.
Adults' neck and that sort of thing is more than most kids anyway.
Well, tell me, what do you mean by that?
Just all the tissues in the neck, and obviously there are people on the jury, for example, who have more muscle and more tissue that would have to be compressed to get to the airway.
So, if I understand correctly, that a child's neck is just generally more vulnerable or more susceptible to that. Is that correct?
I'd say that's probably accurate.
And would you agree that a 17-year-old, a small 17-year-old female might fall into that category?
And she is right on the cusp of being an adult, but I don't have an opinion on that.
Let's say if she's 5'1" and she weighs 100 pounds, would somebody of that stature be more concerning in terms of what an adult is able to do to them if they're strangling them?
What I would say is that it's all concerning. It's hard to differentiate any person. A smaller person is going to be more vulnerable than a very large person.
Sure, and obviously not to minimize strangling to anyone, correct? But if you're talking about a child, you have concerns about the impact on a child that would be different, whether it results in a pneumomediastinum or one of the other complications that you've identified. Does that impact a child and their development differently potentially?
I mean, at 17, we're talking almost fully grown, but I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, at 17, a child's brain is still developing. You would agree with that. There's still another brain development curve from 22 to 26. So
Sure.
They have developed, but there's still more to come, yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Although I'm not a neurocognitive expert, but sure.
Well, would you agree that there is a brain development still coming from 22 to 26? Give it thereabouts. I mean, and car insurance companies figured it out a lot earlier than the rest of us. Fair?
And rental car companies.
Yes. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Would you agree that if you saw indications in the emergency room of strangulation of a child, you wouldn't simply indicate that it was benign and send that child home, let alone home with their parents? Is that fair?
So typically what our practice is in the emergency department is, again, if there is evidence of strangulation, we almost always do a CAT scan of the head and neck, and we look for any vascular injuries. We look for any fractures in the neck. We look for any significant swelling of the neck. If the patient if all of those things are normal, it's not it would be our standard to send that patient home with return precautions. If any of those things are abnormal, it would be our standard of care to admit them, at least for an observation period.
And if you have a child coming in complaining of strangulation and you're seeing that pneumomediastinum, and the allegation was that the parent was the perpetrator, would you be sending that child back home with that parent?
I mean, I think the question in a certain sense is moot, because if you see pneumomediastinum on any patient, I would admit that patient for observation.
Okay. And do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
I'm sorry, ask that one more time.
Sure. Do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
They can, yes.
Okay. And you don't regularly see pneumomediastinum as a symptom of strangulation? That is the rarity versus the normal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, redirect.
Just a couple of points of clarification. Regarding pneumopericardium, was that what it was? I didn't ask you about that. Was there any indication in any of the medical records that you reviewed in this case that that was in any way an issue?
No.
Okay. And you started talking about some other things I didn't ask you about, like the subcutaneous emphysema. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Or, okay. And that's where the air is in a different place rather than in the mediastinum area?
So, as we discussed, air likes to move. And so if you have an air leak from the alveoli, the small little sacs in the lung, it's going to start tracking and moving because there aren't like fascial planes or something to stop it. It's going to move around the mediastinum, and with gravity it goes up. So it's going to move its way up. It can also move its way out into the tissues and eventually get resorbed into the tissues. And so you can get this air under the tissues. It's actually better that it goes there than stays in the chest and starts compressing things.
Was there any of that in this case that you saw in the records?
Not that I'm aware of.
And just to clarify then, the air that's in the mediastinum area, what happens to it?
It eventually just gets resorbed.
Okay, so you don't have to do anything to make that happen?
No, unless it's causing a compressive effect, and in that case, we may have to dart the chest with a needle and then put in a chest tube or something like that.
And that would be an indicative of a ongoing air leak into that area, though, right?
Absolutely.
And that was not in this case?
Correct.
Okay. I don't think I really have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Recross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to follow up on a couple of points. So Ms. Stone asked, you admit the patient, and she kind of gave you two options. One, it could go poorly, or two, it could go great, correct? That's
Correct.
what, I mean, that was the dichotomy that she set up, correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for, is this getting worse? Is it resolving? Is it staying the same?
Right. And so to admit a patient is precautionary in some instances, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that in this situation, it was precautionary for monitoring to see what happens next, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't admitted directly into surgery, correct?
Correct.
And that could have been an option if it appeared that, you know, her vitals were showing signs of distress, correct?
Yes.
Or other indications that this was not going well, correct?
Yes.
But at this point, it was simply in a monitoring phase.
Right.
And then within 24 hours, it turned out that further intervention wasn't necessary, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you answered this question that I'd written down, but so in terms of the presence of air in the chest cavity, best case scenario is it resolves naturally. It dissipates through the tissue, through the body, correct?
Right.
The other alternative, I think you just talked about, is you insert a needle to then release that air, correct?
Yes.
And having, I think it's kind of obvious, the preferred way is to have it resolve naturally, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what happened here.
Yes.
All right, so kind of, at this point, just because she's admitted, there wasn't a probability of death absent medical intervention, fair?
Fair.
There was no indication of permanent loss of lung function, correct?
Yes.
Or esophagus, trachea, no long-term disfigurement, correct?
Correct.
And no permanent loss or impairment of her function, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this was an issue that was identified, it was observed, and it resolved on its own. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Nothing further.
Ms. Stone, any further cross-examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor, thank you.
Dr. Stankus, I just want to be clear. The admission is precautionary, but you don't admit most patients to the hospital that come into the ER, right? I mean, fair to say you see hundreds or thousands of patients a year in the ER.
Correct. So we call for admission, and a hospitalist or a surgeon will admit the patient.
And in this case, Fatima needed medical admission and medical how that condition is treated before you know the outcome either, fair? Meaning, because it went well for her doesn't mean that's how you decided whether it was a condition that needed observation or not.
Yeah, so anytime we admit someone for observation, whether it's chest pain or, in this case, pneumomediastinum or airway precautions, that condition may or may not, the thing that we are worried about may or may not happen, but we still admit them to make sure that it doesn't, or if it does, to intervene as needed.
Sure, and as you reviewed those medical reports for Fatima, when counsel, I believe Mr. Leary just asked you about, you didn't see any indication of a permanent injury, and the outcome of the pneumomediastinum wasn't a probability of death. The pneumomediastinum itself, is that correct? I mean, you said no, you agreed with him that that was not a probability of death based on the pneumomediastinum itself. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. But the pneumomediastinum was accompanied by strangulation, and strangulation itself can result in death. You agree with that?
Strangulation can result in death.
And Fatima didn't show up at the ER with a skinned knee and a bruise on her thigh. You agree with that after reviewing the medical reports?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kadeen Recross?
Yes, just one point of clarification, if I might. So, doctor, let's say that I have a hangnail and it gets a bad infection and it spreads up my arm and goes to my heart and kills me. Can that happen?
It can.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Leary, anything further? All right, anything further, Ms. Stone?
Are you admitting the person with the hangnail, doctor?
If they have evidence of that spreading infection up their arm, they may be admitted for IV antibiotics to make sure that they're responding to it.
Sure, when there's an indication that something has gone significantly different than a normal hangnail. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Kadeen?
No more, thank you, Your Honor.
And may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
No.
Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stankus, thank you very much. You are excused and you may step down. Members of the jury, we are going to recess at this time, and as you know, we are not in session on Friday, and so we are going to resume the presentation of evidence on Monday. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you for your patience. And also, I know I say this every day, and I will say it every day that we are in this process. Please continue to follow all of my instructions. Please continue to be vigilant to ensure that no outside information comes to you in any fashion about this case. Thank you. I'll have the bailiffs come forward. Please be seated. All that energy about rescheduling and we didn't need to, which is a good thing. All right, Ms. Stone, can you please indicate who you believe will be called on Monday starting?
Only, Your Honor, that I think it's not an issue. I sent an email on Tuesday, maybe. The state, going back through either Monday night or Tuesday night, was looking at its proposed jury instructions. I know we're not there yet, but I did inform defense counsel of the email that we had proposed 3504. It should have been 3508. It is a missed jury instruction, and we are going to propose and fix that. But I will let them know in advance, and so we will prepare that and provide that to the court. I know we're not at jury instructions yet.
Okay. Well, I have started to look at the jury instructions, and so do you know what number that you numbered it within the packet that is the misinstruction?
I don't, but I will find it. I know that it is, the one that was proposed is 3508, and it should have been with the 3504.
And what is that related to?
It's the to convict on assault, the to convict instruction on assault in the first degree, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any issues to address?
I do not, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry.
I did have a conversation with the state in terms of how far out they have witnesses scheduled, and I think they are targeting, or at least not targeting, estimating Wednesday, just to throw that out into the ether so that we have an understanding that that is all or faster. I'm not complaining about. So just so the court is aware of kind of where, I don't know if my client's going to testify. I obviously don't know if Mr. Ali's going to testify, but just so there's some understanding of kind of where we're at.
I appreciate that information. Definitely.
What I was going to say, add to that, Your Honor, is we did have other people that we had anticipated, but they're not available till what I would say is next week, because when we were talking about it, we thought things might go much slower with the interpreters. I will say from the state's perspective, that has not impacted the speed at all, which we're super appreciative of, but that also means because of scheduling, we're done. We have a couple of days with no one, and that is not the state's intent to have no one, and I think the people that are potentially scheduled or were scheduled for next week, which would be like Principal Dean, Miss Kinley, those individuals, I think we can cover that testimony through other school officials, for example, that are here next week. So in order to keep things moving, and I don't think it impacts the state's case substantively to just not call them, which if that's the case, then we may likely be done by Wednesday with the state's case in chief.
All right. Thank you. And thank you. That is very good information for the court. Did you have something you wanted to add, Mr. Leary?
I do intend to take a look at jury instructions this weekend, and I will make, if I have suggestions and modifications, I will provide a preliminary draft on Monday morning. It kind of depends on, I will have information for the court with respect to jury instructions Monday morning.
All right, well, you preempted my question to you because I am looking at the instructions and I have the state's instructions, I have Mr. Kading's instructions, and I was going to ask you about your instructions. So that is helpful for my perspective as well. And so the parties understand, I'm sure every judge does instructions differently. What I intend to do and what I do in every case is that I compile the proposed instructions, and if there are identical instructions, I only include it once, but where there is a different instruction, I always include a different different because the language could be different, and or a completely different instruction. I include all of them in a draft instruction in the general way in which I would ultimately give them to the jury. And then that is what we will address to hear argument and exceptions and the like. So everyone's looking at just one packet of instructions instead of three as we go through them. And so I wanted to indicate that one. And then two, in looking at, Mr. Kading, at your instructions, you have the instructions related to if the jury were to find self-defense, find Mr. Ali not guilty, where self-defense has been asserted, the instructions then related to findings and whether or not there could be reimbursement. Those I'm going to have as a separate, they're set, I'm sure that's what you intended, but those will not be part of the general packet themselves, because those would be given at a different time.
Yes, I understand,
Okay.
Your Honor, and I do have other instructions, and I didn't know if you wanted me to give you those regarding like lesser included instructions and that sort of thing. I assume the state is anticipating something like that, but if not, those I can send up as well.
So a couple of things. Certainly, I expect that the court could receive proposed jury instructions up and until the close of evidence, because things change and the like. But if you know that you are going to offer certain instructions that are not part of what's currently before the court, I would not only like those a cited copy as a bench copy, and then the uncited as the electronic copy. Because I only use uncited in the Word version that I'm going to put together, but I like the cited copy and a hard copy because that's what I'm using to compare. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. I typically try to just deal with cited and then just remove the cite.
Yeah, I don't want to have to remove the cites.
I got you. All right, I will do that.
But the uncited, you would like electronic, and you don't need a paper.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, got you.
I honestly think that that is an old-fashioned rule, and it was put in place that you had to provide a hard copy of uncited rules when judges at some point, I never did this, used those to actually put their instructions together.
That does happen in other courts.
And the uncited copy in a Word version, not PDF.
Yes, please. Okay, I believe that we have addressed all issues. Do the interpreters have any issues that the court needs to address?
Thank you for asking.
No, Your Honor, so far nothing.
Okay.
No, on my end as well. Thank you.
All right. Okay. We will be in recess then until